Good morning, fellas. How are we on this Friday morning? We ready to strap in for another 60 Pisani nightmare? I am! Forgot to check to make sure that the YouTube side actually started going. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot YouTube does that thing. Good morning on the YouTube side. So, Twitch, if you just connect your encoder and go, you don't need to do anything else, but YouTube, for some reason, you have to pull up the live streaming thing. Even if I have auto start, it's so dumb. I don't. Anyway, didn't miss anything. Just doing a bunch of farm run. That's all. I should also check on the Twitch side as long as I'm at it. Twitch is fine. What rank did we end up with yesterday? 54. Are we gonna hit second page today? Oh, we got a Worms Craig blog. I guess we'll read that real quick too. High scores. $37.25 is page 2. So, yes, we should be on second page, assuming nobody else is doing anything. Healthy bush, jeez. Good morning, Santa Claus. One hour from 97 agility, only 200 hours to go. Honestly, 97 to 98 is the longest level for whatever reason. It just, even though I know 98 to 99 is another 100K on top of it, there's just something about, getting over the hill and that last level just goes by so fast. But 97 and 98 is just like, oh, here's another 1.2 million I gotta do. Psychology is cooked. Yeah, I don't know what it is. The game is genius at slowly getting you used to longer and longer grinds. 92, you realize at some point that, oh, I'm halfway there because the next few levels are 700K, 800K, 900K, a million, a million one, a million two. Just ramps up really fast. Any chin middle grinds? Did you use virtual XP bars on your skills or anything like that? After Slayer, your head milestones every 10 mil. So, um, let's see. So the other 200 mils that I like specifically went for are Hunter and Fire Making before that. I had daily XP goals I was trying to meet, and I looked for a few different things. If I was getting close to another high score rank, maybe I'd crank out another hour or so. But really, it was just daily XP goals that I was trying to hit. Like for Hunter, it was 2 mil or 2.2 mil, and for Fire Making, it was 3 mil. And then, on days that maybe you didn't feel like doing as much or I was busy because real life happens, you just don't beat yourself up on it so much. It's like, all right, well, I trust myself tomorrow that I'll show up and at least try to get to my goal. Hi, Fish. Welcome back. 30 days already. Let's go. Learned so much from you. I'm glad. Glad you're sticking around. Found the combo of skill progress bars and max skill trim plugins rewarding. Number go up. Good. Whatever works for you. Some people like doing PVM competitions or PVM, um, skilling competitions as a external means to push and go a little bit harder. All right, and then we'll go through this blog real quick. Many, many more months to come. It's cozy here. I'm glad. Might have to change up the schedule a little bit, but yeah, I do intend to keep going. So I was trying to explain to someone that doesn't play OSR is what I'm doing with RD Rooftops though, and that's the game. So my one of my favorite things to explain to people, it's like, well, Witcher 3, right? Witcher 3 was widely regarded as a very good game. I think it was game of the year even, and that takes like 100 hours to get through and do all the DLC and all that stuff. And that's a pretty meaty game. 100 hours for a game is quite a lot. Yeah, RuneScape, some 99s you can't do in 100 hours. 100 hours for a 99 is like a fast 99. And that's not even counting pet hunts. 100 hours for a pet hunt is one of the faster pet hunts. And that's just doing one piece of content, one boss, one encounter, generally speaking, one skilling loop for 100 hours. It's crazy when you think back on it, just how many thousands of hours I've played on this game. And all right, we got a blog to read all about the Worms Crag. Back in May, we pulled new activities in Worms Crag, new island designed by the community member Gnome under a pseudonym Rose N. McGeet as part of our player design island competition. Offers a little bit of something for everyone. Today we're here to talk about the rewards. So I have this tanking on this blog. And here you are, ranked 20 Iron Man. You're crazy. I'm only 27 overall, but Wormscrag looks on the unquiet ocean. We like to offer you a way to get to the island more easily. The Basalt Amulet. After completing Falling from Grace, you'll receive the amulet, providing a teleport to the island gently later in this vlog. We'll explain some upgrades for getting to the boss fight or the Sun Summit. Okay, so there's just 3 teleports. Get to the island's first one, and eventually you can get more. Oh, body runes? Why? This epic encounter is shaping up to be anything but mini, but we won't spoil too much. We'll discuss the rewards. They need pulling. As a reminder, this battle is aimed at players who have achieved a fire cape, those actively progressing through the mid-game PVM. As a result, it's intended for the mid-game. Like I don't know what the big guff is about. Oh, it's another mid-game boss. It's another big game boss. I like chill bosses like this. Like you sit back, you relax, you go for a pet like that. I'm okay with mid-game bosses. I've done all the hard shit. It's fine. We still have the Devon Dwindles, which reward highly consistent hits. Without spelling too many mechanics, we receive opportunities throughout the fight where you receive bonuses to your damage as a result. We expect this boss will award a healthy amount of combat XP. Yeah, about that. I don't care. Higher than comparable bosses, which should be quite useful if you're a mid-game player. So it's like Scurries with boosted XP rates. Defeating this boss gains chance to insane its unique drop, Hallowfell. They're really trying to make body runes out of it. I don't know why. It's not like anything drops nothing drops them, first of all. So it's like, okay, you want me to require to use this? Either I gotta craft them, maybe you got some from Guardians of the Rift, or more than likely you went Chopscape. Like there's anyway. It's a two-handed weapon, 75 attack to yield. Design this as a melee alternative for multi-target combat situations, such as Slayer tasks for any other fights where enemies naturally group up together. Think like Theater Blood Nile Locusts or Tombs of Masket Baboon Party. Is that the official name for that room? 4 prayer bonus. Once again, we're putting prayer bonus on random melee weapons for why? Yet Tebow, I keep going back to that. It's just like, oh, it's too powerful for the Tebow having 4 prayer bonus. You're putting prayer on everything now. So what's the deal? Oh, 6 tick attack speed. When you strike a target, Halifil cleaves through nearby enemies, damaging up to 2 additional enemies in the 3 tiles in front of you and the 2 tiles adjacent to you for up to half of your maximum hit. For Vizlight. Okay, so if you're using a 3-tick melee weapon, this is essentially if you hit 2 targets with this, it's equivalent. And this can hit up to 3 targets essentially. And given the meaty strength bonus, if you got 3 Niles stacked up like this, then it'll be worth it. Up to 2 additional enemies for half your max hit. So effectively, you're doubling your max hit if you hit all 3 targets. Interesting. No special attacks, no nothing. It's just a cleaving axe thing. Hmm. How does that strength bonus compare to rapier, I guess? Rapier's 89. What's Elder Maul? 147. Well, yeah, that's like an 80 something. No, it is only 75 attack. Okay. Huh. Same tier as Elder Maul. So I'm disappointed with Bell's Folly, so I hope this is actually worth. Just trying to think of multi-target melee. Like they said, for Slayer tasks where enemies tend to group up, and you're gonna want to multi-target melee them. Dagonauts? Then you Venibow them. Pretty much anywhere that you do this, you're already Venibowing them. Maybe Anku. I'm I'm like a half a second ahead of your chat messages, Santa Claus. Yeah. Um Those Elder Stalkers, if you want to melee them. Yeah, I mean, so not only are we getting a mega rare that has a 3-tick attack speed for Nihilus, which is like their, oh yeah, you can turn it on 3-tick and then stomp on Nihilus with it for 3-tick. Then you can use this as a 6-tick if you're hitting 3 targets, and such a kill all of them in one hit. That's a lot of swaps. This works slightly from the different Scythe of Vitur, which is a wider area of effect, and only unique targets can take these additional hits, which means it won't trigger multiple hits on larger enemies. I I've been noticing that with Pisani, and I've encountered it a few times. I wish I could turn off the multi-targeting of Scythe. I hate accidentally killing the small thing underneath it. Like for instance, Arachnus, you killing the small spiders with it. You're trying to ignore the small spiders. You don't want your Scythe hitting that. You'd rather hit the boss. Meaning it won't trigger multiple hits on larger enemies, unlike the Scythe, which has your damage for each of the target hits. Hollow Falls only does that once. So yeah, so you get your first at full damage, and then your second and third at half damage. When hitting 3 targets, we expect the Halafel to be the strongest melee weapon. If you can keep 3 targets cleaved constantly, yeah. Yeah, I wonder if there be any Inferno implications with this. Instead of chinning, you just bring an axe, or you bring an axe, you bring the sword. I'm curious to see where that would be used. During development, we explored Gnome's earlier concept for a sword that has multiple different combat modes. While we loved the idea of testing a child that didn't fit particularly well with our existing equipment design, it was difficult in a balanced way that felt consistent to use. Rather than shipping something that didn't meet our expectations, we went back to the drawing board and landed on the new design. Okay. So amulet upgrade. Also drop an item when combined with the amulet, provide an additional teleport destination to the cathedral for the boss fight. The name is still to be decided on, but our intention behind this addition is to make it quicker and convenient for those who want to clear the fight repeatedly. The Angel will occasionally drop granite dust. Thematically, we think granite dust would be a good fit for this encounter, but it's also really practical to supplement the existing sources of granite dust since they're pretty rare. You mean only from one source? Yeah. The fight won't dramatically change how granite dust is obtained, but it should making. So here's how granite dust is obtained passively. You're not killing grotesque guardians, and you're not going to kill this boss to get granite dust. It's just a nice bonus while you're doing the bosses to then upgrade your cannonballs. Lastly, you have a chance of getting a boss jar. No, stop. Please. I'm just about to finish my boss jars. Just make it like a 1 in 2K. Don't make it 1 in 4K or 5K or something stupid like that. Once you have Fallen for Grace, you unlock the Sunstone Golem crafting. This is new method that competes with existing methods such as glass blowing. Most of you told us that this activity would offer stronger XP rates than glass blowing, particularly with the introduction of momentum and the extra requirement of Hunter Fur is going to actually give these items a use case in the game. We're taking that feedback into consideration and developing the content of matter. Balancing assumptions are based on players getting fur from goats on the island. Gotta show support a double sub. Holy shit. Thanks, Bish. Subbed on both platforms. That's a first. I don't think anybody's done that yet. Thank you, sir. Our balancing assumptions are based on players gathering fur from the goats on the island as part of an intended gameplay loop. Under those conditions, you can expect the XP rates. But yeah, well, yeah, if you don't have all the materials and you factor in gathering materials, yes, of course your XP rates are not going to be as good. For those of you who bring pre-gathered furs or purchase higher tiers from players, you'll be able to achieve higher XP. So, like, every buyable in the game? Hello? No shit. We'd also like to reinforce that glass blowing is particularly limited by seaweed production, which is time gated. Is it though? Sunstone Golem crafting, on the other hand, offers XP much more on demand. This means Golem crafting fills a different niche within the skill, providing an alternate training method that can be engaged with whenever you choose. So the thing about crafting is, once again, you're doing it passively. You're doing it on your bird host runs. You're doing it on your herb runs. As an Iron Man, you spend an extra couple minutes and you do one over time. You're not trying to bank it all in one day. You're doing it over the course of a month while you're working on the rest of your account stuff. Very few people just go out of their way, and I doubt few people are just going to come here and get 99 crafting right off the bat. Let's see. Crafting is a thing that happens when I'm stealing in Piscavilius. Let's see, it's a fully equipable glass bowl that allows your full inventory of glowing blast, not just 27 slots. See, we're going away from that. I really think going away from molds and jewel crafting would be really nice. Molten glass will a handy new molten glass will gain a handy new left click option, which will enable this class. And that's how it needs to be done. I wish they would do something like this with the fletching knife. Go back to the logs while you have your fletching knife equipped, and all of the logs just have a left click use option. Same thing with the winter tod, just to make it a left click use option. I was wondering how they were going to implement this. It's obtained by obtaining two separate pieces found through the activity, which with duplicate protection in place. Once you've achieved both pieces, combine them. Yeah, that'll be nice. Would you like us to? Well, yeah, sure. We understand of you that some of them would prefer a chisel, and that's something we've explored as part of development. Unlike a glasswing pipe, chisels are used on a huge range of items throughout the game. Such a wieldable tool isn't held in your inventory. Since a wieldable tool isn't held in your inventory, it requires to update. So it's a much larger piece of work than just glass, which is just like one thing. So pick a few things that we would use a chisel on a lot more often. Uncut gems. Done. And then just again, maybe I'll throw this in my jewel crafting thing. Actually, I'm gonna add that. Let's where is that script? Where is that script? Where is that script? This one. Where did I do that? Eternal gems. I thought I had. Did I have? No, I'll just throw it here and I'll find it later. Not that you're gonna do a whole lot of chiseling in that thing. Sunstone Resonator is an upgrade for the Assault Amulets. Once attached, you'll get an additional teleport directly to the Sunstone Mine. Sure. We'd also like to introduce a small quantity of Stardust from this activity, as it's thematically appropriate. Wow, what's that Word document for? It's the ongoing script I've been writing for a jewel crafting minigame idea. Goat hunting. We've seen plenty of discussion around Mr. Group since revealing goat hunting. We'd like to hear your thoughts. Some of you have raised concerns about adding another hunter pet, especially as this skill already features several activity-specific pets. 3. This will be 4. We've also seen suggestions to add him as a transmog instead. While we've explored the option, there aren't currently any existing pets that we feel would be a natural fit. Beaver turns into pheasant, turns into a fox. What do you mean? Just pick one. If anything, like well, let's see. Chins is a box trap thing. Maybe that's what they're thinking. Chins is a box trap thing. The Quetzal loot sacks or herbivores tracking thing is probably what they're like. Well, none of them fit the same pitfall trap thing. Currently, any expressive field. Additionally, if we decide to go that route, players who obtain the transmog wouldn't be able to use it until achieving the original pet, which can make the drop feel worse in some cases. Golden pheasant egg from forestry. Fox whistle from forestry. Same thing. Before finalizing our plans, we'd like to decision in your hands. We don't usually pull pet additions, but given the volume of feedback on the topic. Now, I have 15 times rate. I'm going to get this pet in like 5 hours, 10 hours max. I don't particularly care. I'll get it right away, but goat horns, the most common reward from the taming goats and words Krieg. These fit naturally to provide useful goat horn dust for combat potions. Oh, good. So everybody will have use or a better use for their hairline then. Goat fur can be used in the sun some to clothe your goblins, helping create a link between the two activities. It doesn't provide the highest quality fur for XP, however, it would provide a way to engage with both activities while remaining on the island. Some of them can be currently bought in shops. That was fine when they had little use, but we're making them a key resource with the activity, so we will reviewing Hunter Fur Shop stock over the coming weeks. So you can So if you're planning on buying your furs, go do it now, okay? Hunter remains the primary way of obtaining furs in the Sons of God crafting. Except, as you said, you can use Moonlight and Sunlight Antelope stuff already, so... And address the concerns around shopscape. Something we know most of you generally dislike. Okay. They love to do this like, hey, we know there's a problem. We know you guys don't like this. And then just don't do anything about it long term. Just so their solution for the furs from the shop is just, well, we'll just get rid of them, and then you can't do the shopscape. There you go, problem solved. Higher quality furs require a higher crafting level to use. This reduces the impact to shop since you'll still need to meet the crafting level. Got it. And that's it. Okay, cool. Do we need to really add furs to the golem? Is that really a necessary step? Anyway, yeah, I've been talking about that jewel crafting idea for a while. Honestly, I just haven't had a lot of motivation to start working on it because that's just the script and it tells a story and explains everything about it. Then I got to go and make a bunch of infographics kind of explaining in picture form what I'm talking about in there. Rounding out a few of the ideas, trying to figure out balancing issues and stuff like that ahead of time, how the gameplay loop is going to work, that sort of stuff. So just a lot of work that after supper late at night I just haven't been motivated to really work on yet. Been enjoying doing other stuff more, like streaming. All right, so our goal for the day is Mace, obviously, but 60 KC ultimately is our aim. I'm on the wrong spellbook. That's one thing that you don't realize until you don't have thralls is just how much they help you get over the edge on these pillars and stuff. Because the way that these pillars work is that anytime you hit it with anything, even if it's 0 damage, it does at least 1. And so your thralls can oftentimes push over that last 1 or 2 points of damage on its own. It's been really nice. What did I just click on? Pillars are pretty humble so far. The 10 minutes for my stream, but I think I know why that weapon has a prayer bonus on it. The drop comes from a boss called the Fallen Angel. So this is the one time it would work. Yeah, and the new Crush Base Mega Rare. It's sort of like a mace, and maces historically are like a holy weapon. Good morning, Bubba. Ooh, start the day with an elite clue. Nice. So what you're saying is I should have done one more kill yesterday, and then I would have had a full stack of 4 to do. I don't actually have an issue with putting prayer bonus on gear. It's fine. But it sort of goes against their stated goal of trying to make you use more supplies, and some of the reasons and justifications for removing prayer bonus from things like Tebow is just kind of okay. Well, it's too powerful. It doesn't need the prayer bonus. It's a mega rare. Why can't it have 4 prayer bonus? It's worshipping the Zerishian god or whatever. It's also one more thing making the Inquisitor Mace the best of the Trinity. It comes with 2 prayer bonus because it's a mace, whereas the other 2 don't. There we go. That feels a lot better with the right spell book. The whole kill, my brain was going, you forgot Death Charge. Your Thrall is not summoned. And also, given it's aimed at mid-game, and it seems like this is an appropriate use of actually calling it mid-game, not like Muspa, but someone who's just done their first Fire Cape and working on that level of boss. It's like, okay, I'm down for a nice chill boss this year. Yeah, Blood Moon Rises and Raids coming out, which are higher tier boss, more involved. It's okay to have an early game and a mid game as well. I just had to check to see if that overlay crap is still there. There's for left click too. They got rid of the left click though. Ah, Runelight, you're smart. Good job. We don't deserve the Runelight devs. Oops. Anyway, for those of you that weren't here yesterday or didn't notice it yesterday, anytime you would shift click on something that wasn't an item, so like in between here, this little menu would appear. And what this is going to do, and you can do this to all of the interfaces, it will keep its position relative to whatever one you want to pick from. And yeah, people that like to adjust their stuff often, I guess, benefits from that. But they also tied it to the left click. And so if you're doing shift click to drop and you go in between an item or you miss, then it's going to pull up this menu and it completely screws up whatever drops that you're trying to do. And so between yesterday and today, I guess the Runelight devs disabled the left click option and it's now just right click, which makes sense because you're not going to shift click right click to drop items or something like that. And that's how most menus are hidden anyways, is in the shift options, the shift right click options. Doesn't look like Nyx is on. I should message him. Am I gonna play in the bingo? Yep. That's the plan. And Malcy, are you a clan member? What other name would I know you by? Alex Other. Okay. I'm gonna change that. Yeah, I just haven't signed up yet. I'm waiting a little bit just to see how much time I can actually put towards that. All right, let me change this. Let's see, how do I do that? Open native card, change this to... There we go. There. Now I won't forget. What a year in Spain chasing women does to a motherfucker. That's a first for me. I've never seen that name before. Honkatha? Good morning, G-Man. I was gonna say, I was expecting a list. It's multiple choice. You can pick one of them. How are we today? I'm doing okay. I'm sad I can't do my grocery shopping until tomorrow, which means I don't get my Friday night snack tonight. I have to wait till tomorrow. The grocery store gives some cents off per gallon of gas if you buy on certain days and spend so much in the store. And it's like 50 cents a gallon. It's like, I can wait till Saturday. That'll amount to $8 on a full tank, I think, for me. Was it 50 cents? Hold on. Was it 50 cents? Yeah, 50 cents. And for all you non-freedom users, that's 12 cents per liter, I guess. Saving. That's super worth it. Is. It's groceries I'm gonna buy and use anyways. I might as well just wait a day. Sorry, every time I try to type, the monkeys were like, hee hee rock. By monkeys, you mean your kids? What do you mean? Demonic gorillas. Oh, okay. You calling my kids monkeys? No, I thought you were. That's why I was confused. Wait, I just caught a stray in my clan chat. I didn't even see it. What? Doing the content with non-best in slot and having nowhere to use it. Alright. I think of one good emotion for the How Are You list, and that was Zammy Brew Who. That's actually good. Meanwhile, our bone fragments are getting close to that 1 mil mark. It's not entirely from mining. There's still quite a bit that I had gotten from Huey and Sunkus Bones and that stuff. Do you mine some for... Did you mine some for me like I asked very nicely? There we go. I understand now. Yes. Last night I did a couple hours of some escape room games that we got from Twitch Prime. I was complaining about them yesterday. Those are the... Give Rack a harm up? No! No! No. Wrong manifestation. Give Tommy the harm orb? He wants a harm orb, you can have a harm orb. I think he's in the same boat. He's probably more desperate to get a mace than I am. For doing this content, I mean, because he just doesn't want to waste blood runes and side charges because he doesn't have a lot of money. He'd much rather do this boss with a mace than... I think he's using a bludgeon right now. And then during these shadow phases, he switches to a sight. Relatable, the money part that is. Yeah. Except for we're talking not just, you know, drops on Iron Man. We're talking raw GP that he needs for gold. One to go. I've asked before, but is a ballista worth getting? Not really. Got a piece from the gorillas. I was wondering if I should keep this part. Maybe try to sell it on the GE, but... See, and I thought that they would be, instead of a cannon slot, they would maybe make like a mounted ballista shooter thing for your ship. Oop, that's a melee. Especially if it's one of the lesser pieces, like the spring or the limbs. Those are the easier ones to get. I don't think they hold a lot of value. If they're even worth the alch price. Now, there are a few niche cases for having a full ballista, but it's not going to be worth your time staying there trying to get one, because the tail and the heavy frame are so rare. And then the places that it is useful, like Araxor, for instance, you can just use one of the new hunter crossbows and two-shot the thing instead of one shot with the 6-tick weapon. Trying to think if there's anything else that was... That was like the first real use I've ever had and wanted one. Oh, good. Cannonballs for my eventual granite dust from the angel. I don't know. Would it be really that detrimental to take granite mining and allow us to chip it into granite dust? I did unfortunately get the spring, and apparently it looks higher than the GE price. Yeah, when that happens, that means that it's hit the floor, and in your case, it's just worth elking it. There's no reason to keep it then. Anything that is an alchable like that is similarly priced. So let's just, I don't know, rune plate body, right? It elks for, sorry, it's hard to see. Elks for 39,000, sells in the GE for 38,459. It's about 500 less. Basically, there is profit in buying stuff off the GE and elking it. You have to deduct the cost of the nature runes, I guess, which are what? 126 each. And so if you were to take that and elk that, 570, 580. So you'd get like 420 gold per elk. So that's a way you could make money if you're doing agility labs or something like that. You need something to fill the space in between. I think people even bought like gold bracelets. No, why am I doing plural? Price, gold bracelet. Plus 126. Well, that one's actually going to lose you a little bit of money, actually. Remember at one point that was a break-even value, and then you just do that to generate magic XP. Do you like the idea about the ballista and the ships? That'd be nice. Yeah, and I thought it'd be like 3 different combat styles. You'd have cannons for a bludgeoning effect. You got the heavy pierce of that, and then I don't know what the third one would be. Maybe mount a salamander and have like an incendiary flamethrower looking thing. Mount a Teku salamander on your boat. Salamander stock's going up. I do have quite a few Tekus. Damn it. Oh, you got your wish. My wish is and always has been Maze. I don't believe you. Oops. Thank you. Good luck. 3725. No Mace KC today. Rude. How dare. Yes, I see you there, Tiger. Hold on. I must stretch my legs to prepare. Yeah, nothing since Wednesday. Coming up on 100 dry since then as well. Alright, I'm gonna stretch my legs real quick, get the cat some water, and then she'll probably be making her way to my lap in a few, so We have a cat. Say good morning to Tiger. I got another spring, he says. You think, are you gonna sit down now? All for 5 seconds and then leave me again? Bring back the cats. Alright, fine. There's the cat. Excellent. This Bahana would say on the YouTube side, the real streamer has appeared. Cat or foot cam? Okay, you. I need you to sit now, please. Boo! Krista says I should monetize the cat cam. You point redeem cat cam? I was thinking like 100 bits or something, but yeah. Oops. Humble. So with people trying to push people out of their spots, it's so annoying. And then demonic gorillas, there's no excuse for it anymore. It used to be that they were aggressive, so you just kind of had to deal with whatever one attacked you, and it just is what it was. How we doing today? Pretty good. We'll be doing better if we can see some pink text soon. You try to do it 5 times now? Well, my only recommendation would be to hop worlds. And let them win? Yes, because disputing over a stupid thing like that, it's not worth your time or your mental energy. I bet you if you hop one world, it'll be like dead or really, really open. Then you can move on with your day and stop getting mad at a crasher. Because fighting with them, getting mad at them, that's what they want. So there's no point feeding the trolls. You hit 3,300 KC this morning? Nice. Catching up. I'll be hitting 3,700 today, and I'm hoping to hit 38 by Tuesday. Well, by Monday, I guess. Right, Tiger. We want to be done with this place. So what are you still missing then, maps? Oh, I see straights up to the mithril helmet now. Worms Craig is coming out late July. Still missing the Eldritch, I see. That one also means we're 100 drive. Seeing anything? And I don't want to will it into existence, but you know what I haven't seen in a while? I haven't seen an egg in a while. What other clogs am I missing other than Mason Jar? So PVM-wise, Obor Club is the only item. And then Zilly and Doom Pet. And those those five would complete the boss log. So this really is the last item I need for PVM stuff. Is the egg the pet? The egg is the pet recolor, transmog. It's what takes it from the little nightmare and turns it into the bug parasite looking ugly thing. I didn't know I could do that. Yep. It was something that they added once they created PNM. Because originally PNM didn't exist, it was just Nightmare, the group boss. But people were doing a lot of soloing and 1+1ing and that sort of thing. And like, what if we made a solo variant of this boss? Extra super duper challenging. Better drop rates for individual rewards, and yeah, hell, let's give it a pet transmog to boot. Oh, and then I forgot, you know, a teleport to the nightmare. Before Fasani Nightmare, there was no teleport to the nightmare. You just had to leg it from the theater bank every time. So bad. Back then, we were big on criticizing Jagex for putting all these new bosses in such remote, distant locations for no fucking reason. The justification was, well, thematically it makes sense for their boss layer to be off the beaten path and that sort of stuff. It's like, yes, but it's shit for gameplay mechanics, and fortunately since then, almost every instance now we have like a relatively quick teleport to the bosses. I mean, hell, even Wormscrag is going to give us a teleport directly to the boss. And not no stupid scroll drop from the boss either. Like, hey, here's this item that you can just charge with runes, you know, like a reasonable person. But I will show you in 1 second, fish. Misclick for days. Yeah, so again, for the boss log, we can just look at overview here. 1570 clogs total. In the boss log, we got pet, club, and then just the mason jar. Raids is capes plus dust. Clues, bunch of stuff. Minigames. Haven't started LMS. Haven't done this at all for easy clogs. And then pet for BA. And then other is all pets, which there's 3 left I gotta get yet. And then the Moon Helm and the Dragonstone Gauntlets. Those are the highlights of what's missing. Oh. No, you can stay. You can stay. You don't need to leave. I was just suggesting. You can stay. Will you actually be going for the LMS stuff? Eventually, yeah. As much as I like skilling, that I probably will not be able to do it for 10, 12 hours a day, so I'll want to break it up and do a little LMS and or vice versa. I don't want to do that much LMS at once, so I'll probably mix it in here and there. If I do, what, 5 wins a day? It'll take me 6 months to finish it. It's funny because even things like the Switchblade, which it's like, oh, it's best in slot for Tob, it's slightly worse than Ham Joint, but sorry, it's slightly better than Ham Joint because of the stab. Now you just if you're gonna do that, you be better off getting the Mega Rare or Dual Mox or this new AoE sword thing. Tiger, no, we're not gonna do this. She left like, what, 3 minutes ago? I demand to be seated again. She's hitting you with the peasant make way, yes. Human. Demand to sit. I don't know why I like saying it that way. It reminds me of the old, what the hell are they called? The Ferengi from Star Trek. That's how they say human. The human. Our bun is getting away with digging up the garden in this weather. So we can cool off our bunny. Bunny, got it. Getting ahead of ourselves again. We have a few wild bunnies living around the house. Pretty sure a couple of them are nesting in one of our bushes. Really? Oh, Jesus, way over here? That's adorable. Until one of the stray cats kills one. But yes. A couple weeks ago, there was a bird that got stuck in our fireplace. Not fireplace, our campfire ring cover. It's just like a little grate cover to keep the ashes down. Somehow a bird got up and in there, and the only reason we even saw it or noticed it because there was a cat that started stalking across our lawn. And then we went outside like, what the hell is she? Like, clearly the cat's hunting something. What is he hunting? And then we saw the bird in the little fire thing. It's like, oh, shit. How the fuck did you manage to get in there? Our front bush, our neighbor's fat cat likes to sleep there, so there's just a huge hole in the bush where it sleeps. Yeah, no, our cats are very much full indoors. Do not let them go outside. I think this cat would put the queen chonk to shame. It's that chonky. Oh boy. I mean, she's always been a little bit overweight. I think it's just the farm cat in her. Plentiful food, gotta stockpile it, right? And it's just been the last few months because of the stress of the new cats. I think she's been overeating more than usual. I'm very protective of my fur breed. I don't want him outside either. It's just the classic, you don't know where they've been. What sort of ticks and shit they're catching out there and bringing back home. No thanks. Georgia as well, there's a lot of shitty people about. Yeah, I suppose. I also live in a city, so traffic is of course a pretty major concern. We don't have the best of drivers in this town. They just seem more prone to disease and stuff and getting hurt. A childhood cat got messed up a few times, needed surgeries. Yeah, it's something I'd like to avoid. Even though it's not an exotic animal, any of that stuff is expensive. I think one of the first things I do when I go back and get a real job will be to get some pet insurance on them. After dealing with the medical bills of the last cat, it's just like, I don't want to go through that again. Thanks. Starts getting to thousands real quick. Yep. Our our friend, one of their cats tore off a corner of one of those like spongy workout mats, like the puzzle piece together. Swallowed it, got stuck in the intestinal tract, and yeah, it was. I think they said over $10,000 to save that cat. And keep in mind, this is a pretty young, new kitten, and I don't know. You know, you want to think that you'd be like, yes, sure, we need to save the cat, or just let natural selection take. I don't know. That's tough. Dumb cat. From what I remember, she's prone to just nibbling and eating on random shit too. So it's just like, are you sure it's not just natural selection there? Eating inanimate objects like that. Yeah, she's fine now. I think it's a she. I think she's fine now. One of our cats was, what was he chewing on? It was one of those toy rubber hand things where you like you flick it and then it like, I'm describing this terribly. Let me think about it. Hold on. It's a kid's toy. It's like a sticky appendage on a long line that you flick out and it can stick to like paper and stuff and then grab it. Anyway, our cat was starting to chew on that, nibble on that. It's like, nope, nope, we're not going through that. Sorry. Like the stick hand thing, yeah. My friend's cat ate a balloon string. That's where our black cat, she constantly ate inorganic matter and plants and shit that she shouldn't, and it would just make her, she'd get sick every time. It's like, why are you doing this? Stop. This tiger just engorges on real food. She doesn't eat anything she shouldn't be. It's like, why are you trying to kill yourself? Come on. Oh, Tinsel was another one that she really liked. I don't know why. Have our guests arrived? Is that what you're telling me? I smell the outside, so she must have the windows open. It smells humid. It's also not very sunny out. Or is it gonna rain today? Gonna put a damper on their outside work that they were planning to do. Yeah. Yeah. What is the weather like today? Showers in the morning? Like right now, and then nothing the rest of the day. Okay. It says it's sunny now. I don't believe you. I can see out the window. It's not sunny. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go see if they've come here or not. Short answer is no, they're not here yet. I was right though. Windows are open. My wife scoffs when I say it's like I can tell when the windows are open downstairs because it does the humidity goes straight down here. Air gets a little bit thicker and has that outside smell to it. She's like, "You're crazy." It's like I don't know what to tell you. Almost like diffusion is a law of physics. It sounds like they're coming in like 10 minutes or so. No early Zenite drop. This is truly a sad day. Well, if it makes you feel any better, my first Zenite was 803 KC. That sounds bad, but my fourth Zenite was 1003. So I got all 4 Zenites in about 1000 KC, which is lower than expected. Moral of the story is RNG is all over the place. Damn it. Getting supply drop feels so bad. What do you mean? That means you can stay longer. Feels bad to me is getting dragon javelin tips and runite bolts and that kind of crap, which just stays on the ground. See, as I know manipulate, those are the things I want. Well, you really are just scrounging for every little bit of scrap, aren't you? So how are you gonna feel about when you get like a dragon fruit tree seed or Solaster's tree? Because they'll sell for a decent chunk of money. You gonna be elated or annoyed because of how rare it is? You don't mind siege ups? Good answer. Unless they're potato. You have a fundamental hatred for the Irish, then? What's your aversion to potatoes? I don't get it. I'm British, of course. Okay, thought so. I just don't plant anything on a staple watermelon. I mean, that's fair. I do the same. Oops. Do you remember me? I'm that guy that wanted to dip in Allstars and not play OSRs in a few months. Hey Flex, how's it going? My mic is picking up. You sure? I think it might be you, sir. Interesting. Had to refresh the page. Was it just my mic audio, or was it all audio entirely? All audio? I could not hear, and the voice slider was halfway. Huh. So how was Chicago then? Chicago. Was it worth the trip? It's fucking amazing. We hit Chicago on the way back from Wisconsin. It's on our way to Michigan. I laughed at Mod Ash throwing a banana in the crowd. See, I didn't watch any of the festivities, so that's news to me. I had fire seats. I was 3 rows behind Banana Man. Nice. Well, you know, as far as P&M goes, didn't really miss much in the last couple weeks. And 1500 since seeing anything new. And now we're pushing 3,700. Still haven't gotten the mace. Did not get to take a picture with some of the farmers like Curtis or Mammal, but met Soup Dino Foe. Nice. Hope to do more events other than that. Just practicing as people that play the same game. We love talking about where they are in the journey and their account. Yeah, I'd love to go to RuneFest one of these days, one of these years. In all my WoW days, I never made it out to BlizzCon, but RuneScape, I'd like to make a trip to the UK. Make it a proper vacation, you know, and see some of the stuff that the UK has to offer as long as we're there. Not just RuneFest. It was the first ever event I attended for my gaming addiction. I remember I've been to a few like anime conventions and back in high school. I've been to a few board gaming things. I haven't done anything video game related. It's definitely not in my element though, being around that many strangers at once. I don't do well with crowds. This guy, when we were waiting for Mammal to come out, goes, I feel like a loser sitting here for 20 minutes. Yeah, we're all losers, get in line. That's true. Oh, that was over the years. You've probably encountered people like that that make fun of you for playing RuneScape. It's like, brother, you're also playing the same game. Yeah, but at least I go outside. It's good. I hope that they, because this was like their first Americas based event. I hope they got the metrics that they needed to do some more in the future. I clicked game. Maybe one that isn't PvP related I can attend, and I'm dead. It's a lot easier for us to just drive to Chicago like that rather than fly across the ocean, you know. I was a rune package, so I got the Voidwaker item and socks. I don't know what that is. Rune package. Show me this. Ah, that's cool. You're talking this thing right here? Some sold it on eBay the next day for $500. Oh my god. So did you get a random item in there? Like, what's this keyword? Well, this is the Reddit, so it's that dude's thing. Got a Dead Man keycap as well. Is that Zuck one? It's cool. Keyboard was a sponsor keyboard you could have won. Ah, I gotcha. I mean, if you sold that Void Waker for $500, that's pretty much paid for your whole trip then, didn't it? So who's laughing now? True, but come on, that's a collection piece until they offer it in the creator crafted thing next, and anybody can get them. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm getting old and I don't particularly look for keepsakes or memorabilia like that anymore. Chill, chill. Like I remember growing up, you go on a trip somewhere and class trip to the zoo or whatever, and you feel like you should get a souvenir or some sort. Prove that you were there, you know? Thing is that 20 years later, having moved a few times in that amount, like it sits in a box, sits in a closet, and then you have to move it to the next house and move it to the next house, and after 3 or 4 moves, you're like, do I really need to keep this? Especially if it hasn't been on display. Like if it's just sitting in a box the whole time, yeah, that's your sign. Maybe you should get rid of it. Of course, the hoarder mentality kicks in, and there's always a few instances of 10 years down the line. Ah, shoot, I got rid of this thing. I should have kept it. Now, a lot of that stuff I saved for, not really for my sake, but I was keeping it for eventually my kids and letting them play with some old keepsakes and toys and collectibles and that kind of stuff that I had growing up. And you know, if they had some fun with it, they ended up breaking it. All right, well. My dad's kind of going through that with downsizing his stuff, because he's over 70 now. and me and him have had conversations about that where it's like he has a lot more emotional connection to some of that stuff than I do, or I would, or me and my brother would, and recognizing that we would probably just view something as useless or junk or whatever and get rid of it, given that he's uh, probably doesn't have as much emotional attachment to it now. He's been whittling away and downsizing some of that stuff that only means something to him, you know. I mean, I have a whole box of little toys and keepsakes like that occasionally I break out and let the kids sift through and look for stuff. Now I might save it for one more generation if he ends up having kids, but after that next set, if none of that stuff gets used or played with or broken, then it's probably on its way to the trash bin. Because again, for me, it's been sitting in the box for 10 years. What do I really need it for? You know what? So on that similar topic, I have basically all my Nintendo powers over there. I should look through a couple of them, see if I can find the Songbird Ocarina full page ad that I talk about. So then I can hold it up and show that as well when I explain where the name came from. Did I? Hmm. What I wish I had was my N64 collection. I wish, looking back, we didn't trade in our old consoles for a discount on the new consoles. So when we had a original NES we got from a flea market somewhere. That was our first console. It was around the time that N64 was the main console though, but it was our first one that we got. Um, we traded that in for an N64 that me and my brother then paid the rest of it with our own money. That N64 got fried by a thunderstorm one day, and then we upgraded that into a refurbished GameCube and then sold all the games with it because we don't have an N64. What do we need to save the games for, right? And then the GameCube, we traded in when we got the Wii because the Wii had backwards compatibility to the GameCube. So it's just, we don't need a GameCube, we have a Wii. That one I'm not so concerned with. But then I went off to college. My roommate had a Wii, and my brother didn't want to keep the Wii. He'd rather have the cash, so we just sold the Wii and all the games. Now, fortunately, my wife is also of a Nintendo mindset like that, so she has a Wii and all that stuff. But like old Game Boy games, Game Boy Advances, SPs, all that stuff. As we progressed up through the ages, we just kind of sold it, and I kind of wish, looking back, I would have kept that stuff. Would I ever play those games? Probably not. Would my kid be interested in playing those games? Probably not. These kids nowadays don't have the attention span to play one game for 100 hours like Pokemon. All right, I'm gonna see if I can find one of those. Just make sure there's no addresses on it or something. So this one, back in the day, magazines, well, they started doing this cool spine art thing. So if you collected X number of months in a row, it would actually make an image. And this one is of the Wind Waker stuff. You can see that this is Wind Waker back in the day. It's probably better. Introducing the Game Boy Advance SP. So let's... Surely the one with Wind Waker on it will have Metroid Prime Bundle Pack. Surely this will have the full page ad for the Songbird Ocarinas, right? I had an SP. I did too. Trader card. Daredevil. Oh, yes. Back in the day when all movies were turned into shitty video games. I do remember that. Wait, is this? What is this? Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers. Ooh. I guess we could do this one instead. It's technically the cat cam, but... Oh, this is a 2-page ad. Some bicycle. Minority Report the game? Boy, we were... Rayman. Oh, with the... That's right, the fold out. It's not in this one. I'll put it on my to-do list to find later. Ooh, they even had a Samus Metroid Prime comic book or something. Interesting. Come on. Like I said, surely the one with the Wind Waker on it has it. I don't even know really what I'm looking for. I don't remember what it looked like. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dungeon Monsters. Wait, Dungeon Dice Monsters. Mario Party E? Oh, that's right, because the Game Boy Advance had that e-reader thing. Right. Reserve your copy today. $5 off. I wonder if they would have valid through 2003. Nope. Okay. What is this? Oh, mass reviewing games, I guess. Damn, just missed that deadline. Four Swords Adventures. The Link to the Past, Four Swords Adventures. I had that game. That was cool. Didn't see it in this one. All right, we'll take a later one. Do one more. You change PC rooms? No. This is just a new camera. I colloquially called it a cat cam, so when the cats are in my lap, I can show that. So I have, let's see, this one says September 2006. This one's a volume 192, so it must be like 2 years before that. It's probably 2004. And then they stopped doing the cool spine art on this too, which is kind of sad and disappointing. Never seen the background with good lighting. Oh, that's because starting in May, my brother came over and gave me a whole bunch of LED lighting and stuff. I was trying to start doing this full time, and he's like, "Well, I got some spares and a nice new camera, so help me set it up and everything." We'll find it. We'll find it. We'll find it. This is worth it. It's worth it. Donkey Konga. Oh yes, the Congo drums. That's right. XP Waster. Well, I'm not getting any XP doing this anyways. Already 200 mils. Come on. Oh yeah, I remember that game for the Nintendo DS. Ooh, that's a cool looking thing. What is this? This is right around the time the 3DS came out, I guess, because all about touchscreens and stuff. Hey, there it is. Found it. See, I told you it wouldn't take too long. I'll go to the actual webcam. Should put a bookmark in this. And the I just noticed the funny thing is the Raku pendant is actually featured in it. Let's see, how do I do this? You found the ocarina, and then the Raku pendant right there. Let's see if I can get to. How do I get you to zoom? Oh, your autofocus isn't on, but eagle bone flute, Raku pendant, extra songbooks, silk's carrying case. Can I? Must have to actually pull up the thing anyways. But yeah, full page ad. That's where the name comes from. I will bookmark that. Let's put this one back. Where should I put this though? Is there enough room right there? No. I want to put it somewhere it's handy though. Maybe that's a good spot. So anyway, thank you for bearing with me during my little side quest there. And a little waltzed on memory lane from literally 25 years ago. See, the hoarding was worth it. If I had thrown all those out 2 moves ago, I wouldn't have been able to do this. Any good updates for OSR's been grinding PoE Season 2? Not really. There's been a few things with, like, sailing combat, I guess. But they've been kind of in a big holding pattern with nothing really major to show. This year in general is, like, really uh, pushing hard for Blood Moon Rises being good and Raids 4 being good. Summer Sweep Up has some pretty nice things coming. Hasn't been added to the game yet. And last week we finally got a Raids reward blog preview of some of the items and stuff they're planning to make. You know, we still haven't seen anything from the game jam. I'm a little sad. Normally we see something by now, I thought. Maybe this year they're like, well, we don't like our ideas getting shat on by the community, so let's not put absolutely everything out for everybody to criticize. Third with Clog. Looking forward to Blood Moon Rises. What is that again? So it's the Grandmaster quest for the Vampire quest series. If you remember Sins of the Father, this is the next one in that series. With it comes a bunch of skilling activities, which I probably will not be participating in. Just because 5 to 10 vials of blood per hour for a very active fishing method just seems like a big waste of time. Anyway, but comes with it the Maggot King boss. It's been described as on the same difficulty as Fasani and Inferno, I guess. I'm not sure how those cross and correlate, but that to me says it's some sort of gear hybrid with a bunch of prayer switching and attacking minions and things like that. With that boss comes a new spec weapon. It's a crush-based spec weapon similar to Claws, but just for crush. So if we don't finish Fasani before then, it'll be nice for Fasani at the very least. And then it also comes with it the necklace upgrade, the Anguish upgrade, so that would complete the trinity of Zenite jewelry being upgraded. It must have a crush weapon, you think, for a fractured raid? Well again, it's a crush spec weapon. You're not gonna main hand it. Is it a must-have? Depends on what our spec is being used for elsewhere or otherwise. So I don't know. If it comes down to we need defense lowering specs again, well then you're probably gonna want a BGS or a mace. Or not a mace, a maul. However, they have said that, you know, they're gonna cap the amount of defense reduction you can do, so it might be like one person swings a 30 BGS like TOA and that's all you can do. No more reducing it to 0 like the Cannon Pod. Please die. Now the necklace, on the other hand, because raids are usually tri-bred, the necklace is gonna be important. Because it's a direct upgrade over the English. So, anyway, so that boss comes out on Tuesday. We'll do the quest. We'll hit up the boss. We're gonna stick around for at least those 2 uniques. Probably not gonna stick around for the pet if we don't get it. Because, well, one, I want to keep working on this boss and actually get the item, and 2, it doesn't really pay to greenlog a boss before the CAs come out, because then you're gonna have to go back after greenlog to work on CAs, and oftentimes there's things you gotta do that are passive if you have enough KC and you don't have to work for them too much. So I'd rather wait until the CAs come out before I'd actually commit to hunting the pet. But we'll for sure get those 2 upgrades and use them here. Well, use the mace here. The what the hell is it called? The spec weapon. We'll use the spec weapon here. Does mean that if we bring that instead of the Void Wicker, we'll also drop the Avernic. Oh, sounds like our guests are here. Yes, what is the party? It's a labor trade, if you want to call it that. So Krista went to her place a couple of weeks ago to help her organize things because she has troubles letting go of stuff and basically just needs someone there to say, hey, do you really need to have 5 of these things? So helping her declutter and organize her house and stuff. Anyways, so now she's over here today and tomorrow, and she's offering to help with the outside work. Gardening, moving bushes, moving rock, that sort of stuff. I am looking forward to a weekend where I don't have to do anything. Last weekend was way too hectic with everything going on. And then juggling streaming in between all of the stuff that was going on too was kind of intense. Cats have something. Hold on. It was just a bottle cap. Amazing how much noise a simple plastic bottle cap can make. Oh my god. Even funnier to me is that, you get these dedicated cat toys for them to play with. And, some of those are like, hey, you're supposed to play with them, and they're not just keeping themselves entertained. But the ones that are supposed to be, like, self-entertaining, they don't have any interest in. But random fucking plastic bottle cap. Hours upon hours of excitement. Another elite. Good. That makes 3. Yeah. Okay. Scythe, would you please hit the boss? It's stuck at 20 HP for 10 swings, man. Curse thee with 3,000 more dry runs, a pox upon ye. Well, I can counter that with a Curse of Ra on thee! Curse of Ra is more powerful than a Curse of Pox. Skinny bit please RuneScape. The plus side it is in about 1,000 KC. It will be front page. It's not an honor I really wanted, but I'll take it, I guess. Unfortunately, it's looking like we're probably gonna have to come back after Blood Moon Rises, which was not a part of the script or the plan. Which reminds me, I forgot to look to see the recorder. That's not what I wanted to click. You're still working. Audio. Okay. Many KC till Blood Moon, or is today the day? Well, today should be the last day. I should be able to hit 3,800 by the end of Monday. We got today a full day, tomorrow afternoon, and Monday morning. So I think pretty conservatively I can get another 100 KC in before Blood Moon Rises. How dry am I currently? For the mace, well over 3 times rate. For anything in general, I'm 100. I just hit the drop rate from seeing the last thing. But no matter which way you slice it, it's about a 1 in 8 chance to get the mace when you hit the Inquisitor table, I have had 28 hits on that table. So that's 3.5 times dry in terms of Inquisitor pieces. Drop rate wise, over 3.5 times or 3 times dry. Why did I switch that? Rough. Love the videos. Thank you. Yeah, I've been waiting on the next one to finish this fucking boss, but it's been holding out on me. I should have been done a month ago. I have most of the clips already edited and ready to go. It's just getting this last maze drop. It's even to the point now where it's like I'll ship it without the jar. We'll come back for the jar later. Especially since we're adding another jar this year. I'd be okay with just leaving jars to Slayer only mobs instead of just adding them to random bosses. It's already tough enough to get a pet. Now the green lock boss, you want me to get a pet and a jar with everything? Ah, come on. I like the silver jar though. Yeah, Zeljar was one of the weird ones because that's more rare than the pet. Only a couple instances of that in the game. Most of them, the jar is way more common than the pet. And then there's the Vorkath drop table with the Visages. So that was one of my hubristic statements back then, because I had gotten the skeletal visage really early. I've gotten draconic from a lot of places already, so I already had it at that point. But I got the skeletal at like 1300. I had the jar at like 200. I'd have to check my notes to actually know the actual numbers. But point is, the last thing I needed was the pet. And I said, well, I got the visage out of the way, I got the jar out of the way. Surely it's not going to take me that long to get the pet. And then if you look at my KCs now, I'm over 7,000. It's just one of those instances where looking back on, I have now stopped having that thought because every time I had that thought of, we got the harder thing out of the way. It's not gonna be that bad. It's only 1 in 1,000. It's not gonna be that bad. I get burned by it every time. RNG has a sense of humor. Oh, you think so, huh? Like Nex. The Vambases are the most common thing. Ah, I got the hard stuff out of the way. Surely it's not going to take me that much longer to get the easiest thing on the drop table. When RNJ wants to play with you, there's nothing you can do about it. So I appreciate the fact that I have all the orbs already. I avoid the thoughts of, well, we got the hard stuff out of the way. 3,700. And marks 25 for the day so far. And our last drop was 35.85, so we're 115 since seeing anything. I was gonna look up the forecast table. Where are those notes? Where are those notes? Yeah, so I got my first jar at 119, the necklace at 1084, Scaly Visage at 1514, and it took me 6,300 to get the pet. Good for the Peregrine, though. Actually, looking back on that, I guess it's 800 KC that I've done post-completion. From a little bit of Slayer. Most of it's probably from bingos, actually. That, KQ, Zelra. Even though I'm done with those bosses, I don't mind going back there for a bingo. Just because their skilling drops are so nice. Next avatar has logged in. How crazy around I should go if it worked on Rune Dragon's electric spit. I mean, yeah, at that point, you with the insulated boots and full justy, you take no damage from it. That'd be like the ultimate AFK thing. You might be on something. That's actually really good. New Rune Dragon meta. Wow, that would require normies to use super anti-fires there. Every time I've ever seen anybody AFK there, it's always been with the DFS. Can't have nice things. You see the Wormscrag sword today yet? I had to chuckle because they were talking about, well, we could do a goat transmog, but it just doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense yet. We've got a phoenix and a fox from forestry to recolor the beaver. Like that makes any more sense than recoloring a different one of the hunter transmogs. Briefly, and I didn't think into it too much. Is it good? So it's a 6-tick weapon that hits the 3 tiles in front of you like a scythe would, and also the 2 tiles adjacent. So it hits up to 3 targets in here. Your primary one obviously is going to be this one. You'll do full damage. And then the next 2, which can be anywhere in this area, will do half damage. So effectively, you get 200% damage per swing when you do that. So if you got a lot of stuff that's stacked up, it's good. It doesn't multi-hit a big target like Scythe does. It's strictly for AoE like that. And if you do end up killing 3 targets with it at like a Nihilo, 1 6-tick swing with that much strength bonus will be worth the normal 3 ticks. Does it hit stack mobs like next? It should, yeah. But again, only up to 3 targets. Yeah, it sounds like they're aiming for that boss to be mid-game boss, and they helped narrow that down and define it by saying someone who's gotten a fire cape. So hopefully that means it's actually mid-game this time and not another Muspa situation. So it's a Slayer weapon? Basically, yeah. Now, yeah, it might actually have some use in Inferno for killing the bloblets. If you're doing your melee Inferno and doing that. Then again, I guess you always have the option to cast Blood Barrage, you just can't use a melee weapon, or can't use a non-melee weapon. These boys are being loud. Does that mean you can hit Nightmare and the Husks with it if they spawn to your left and right? Or in front of you, yeah. 25 crush accuracy, but so let's see. The only way that wouldn't work... Well, they always spawn on 2 of the 4 sides of you. They spawn opposite, you'd hit Nightmare in the middle. If they'd spawn adjacent, then you just pick one of them. They spawn... No, let's see. If they spawn adjacent and away from Nightmare... You know, if you stand on the southwest tile, you should be able to hit Them and Nightmare no matter which configuration they come in. Except if it's top down, I guess. Yeah, so in the event that it's the one under Nightmare and the one opposite, that's the only configuration that you would not be able to hit all of them. But every other one, if you have a back one and a left and a right one, then if you hit the left or the right one, you'll hit the back one and Fasani all in the same swing. The only way, again, that it doesn't is if it's the one directly under Fasani and the one behind you. So yeah, that's an interesting idea, but that's coming out late July. God, I hope I'm done before then. The same thing about Blood Moon Rises. So then the question is, do you bring that with in the event that that happens? But you're not. The only thing you're getting, I guess, is an extra 50 to 100% swing on her. Otherwise, it's still taking you 6 ticks. I'm gonna have to go tell the boys to settle down. Holy shit. Went through the boss list. Don't think I could think of a single use. Maybe that boss has ads. I'll say maybe Venebo is just so insane easy to get. Yeah, that was my conclusion too. Anywhere that I can think of a use, like even Dagnos in the Catacombs, for instance, you just use Venebo there. Venebo does 60% of the main max hit, right? And so you're getting 220% of your max hit instead of 200%, and it's 4 tick. And it bounces around and a much wider range of targets to hit. Then again, you have to do Muspa, and Muspa is a little bit of a higher tier than this one will be. Alright, be right back. I'm gonna go check on the boys. think Nightmare gets tired of breaking down every time she loses. Same thing with Volcana, right? Forever trapped in that prison, never able to escape. Kind of reminds me of that Frosthaven snare that we did last week, where if there was an amulet of life or resurrection, whatever the hell it's called, on the ground, you didn't pick it up, then the living bones would respawn and grab it again. Yeah, but she doesn't do any funky breakdancing stuff. Nah, she ascends into the heaven and then leaves behind your armor. Somehow when she respawns, or is it her head? I don't remember. Whatever. Can't wait to fight the actual nightmare in the land of Ashihama with an equally dogshit drop table. Solo 500s are actually so depressing now, man. Just drop table chance, or how much extra inventory and stuff that you have? 7% chance? Ooh. It used to be 1 in 6. They really nerfed it that bad, huh? They're more fun now, but the 7% is ass. Yeah. It's like half the drop rate. Was you going for fun? That is bullshit. We're not doing too well today. It's number 2 already. We're not even half done. It's like 24 to 26 minutes for 7%. Is it even bad? It's because it used to be so... Yeah, it's in comparison to what it used to be, right? Because the rate isn't the best. It's... Yeah. It's the 4th best raid, don't you know? Well, that's just me not unmuting it. My mic is fine. So Tob didn't used to have a quest involved. It was just its own standalone raid. And then they wanted to tie it in thematically into the Mauritania quest line, the vampire quest line. And also they were trying to address the problem of Tob is not approachable, it's too punishing, etc. So entry mode gave people an opportunity to go in there and practice. Mauritania Hespori is my favorite quest boss. It's just Hespori, man. Goth Hespori. Nice. Finish it. I hope as a result of this quest line. Well, no, they would probably have to leave it so that you still got aggro if you're not in the outfits. Those people can't AFK virus, right? Ugh. Time for a vampire task. Nope. We will not be killing Venators. I think the weirdest quest is that Chasm by Varrock and Dig Site. That Chasm by Varrock. Oh, Soulsbane, yeah. Isn't it cool to hit big numbers and get no XP for it? I, Isaac told me, yep.
Oh, okay.
Have fun. The fake dream that's never touched on. It's one of the OG RS2 quests too, isn't it? What's my worst quest? Tower of Life isn't bad if you're clicking blue the whole time. It is kind of tedious though. I'm not a big fan of stealth sections in video games in general, so the docks of MM2 were fucking annoying. Hated it. And the Glow fight was also not great. I almost logged out for the day on League. Why? What? It's just click blue. You don't even think. It's the biggest load of shit. Yeah, they need to make those items stackable or something. Good morning, Sig. And fainted. You hate stealth, but you love the Stranglewood, right? Oh, no, I didn't like that particular... Well, that one's pseudo-stealth. You just get... You get ragged if you mess up. And there's certain sections where you have to rag it. There's no other way around it. But yeah, day one without a guide, without knowing what and where you're supposed to go, that was kind of stressful. And Sean, good morning. Dry, yes, I am very dry. Even though, yeah, we've had some good luck Monday through Wednesday, we've already hit the drop rate again and have not seen anything yet, so we're back to being dry. Told you it was gonna happen. We're gonna go like 200 or 300 dry before we see anything again. And misclicked. I'll eat a little bit. Can't wait to go back after Mega King and get Mace on rates. Yeah. A little late on that one, Sig. I see you've corrected the lowercase though. Rosewood blowpipe better than crossbows. So crossbow has one noticeable drawback, and that is that it's 3-tick instead of 2-tick. It does have the range, but because it's 3 ticks every shot on the last one, you have to melee it, otherwise it'll hit the boss. There are also a lot of situations where being centralized and having a 2-tick allows me to catch up if I misclick or miss something or husks spawn and I'm late to killing the sleepwalkers. So I prefer the 2-tick speed of the blowpipe. Surely it'll only be 3 more runs and not 3,000. Yeah, surely. Wow, what happens in 3KC? He never said a serious thing in his life, don't worry. Oh. Carol, yeah. One too early. It's the silver lining is I'll get to try out the... What is that new spec weapon called? I keep referring to it as just the crush spec weapon. I forget what it's called. Kiston. Kiston. I knew it started with a K. I kept thinking it was like Karis or something. Not Kiston. Crimson Kiston. It's basically just break your hit, but as a spec, yeah. That's what it seems like. So then the question is, would you even bother speccing with it if you have the breaker? If it's just better DPS to use the breaker the whole time? Better than breaker hit, but like 25% on PNM, I think. Okay, so it is still worth using then. And it's a 4-tick spec, right? So that's also 1 tick better. Ham joint really need or just quite left. So ham joint over like a bludgeon or something saves you 2 ticks every husk space that spawns up because it's a 3-tick weapon instead of 4. But that said, no, you don't need it. And yeah, if you don't have the money for husk and you want to use a 3-tick weapon, if you use the event RPG, it's another 3-tick weapon that you can use instead. Imagine getting that new Mega Rare, bringing it here for the 3-tick. Or actually, you probably swap to a 3-tick attack for it, right? And it's got enough strength bonus on it that you won't need to equip an amulet. I wonder, so what's on the 3-tick attack cell? Can it hit a 55? Because then maybe parasites are even better then. No, it's like 42. Well, still, that'd be worth two-shotting them with the parasite for 6-tick rather than a maul or a SGS. One-way swap into that. Bonk, bonk. Move on. Particularly slow kill for some reason.
I don't mean to alarm anybody, but I think we're being followed.
Hey, Darius, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Oh, come on. God. Humble. Could have sat me there and chose not to. Are you going to stay a while? Tiger. You actually gonna stay a while this time? Come on. Come on. Hey. Hey. I don't like this dance that we do every time. Come on. If you want to come here, come here. Stop going back and forth 10 times. Come on. Come on. Yeah. 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 Come on. Come on. Jump. You got it. Come on. There we go. My goodness. Okay. Are the kitty's napping? Is it your nap time too? Hmm? Okay, I need you to sit, please. Nope. Sit down, please. Sit, please. I can see you're tired. Ooh, your breath stinks. Why do you use your breath stink? What did you eat? Okay, just walking out of the shadows. Sig calling the kettle black. backfill it. I'm doing some math here real quick. Hold on. 4462.5. Ah, shit. How do we do this? It's 100 XP per, and 224 times 150. And then there's also times 224. He has 281 superiors. He's complaining about not having a heart yet. Ah. See, this is why it pays to understand statistics. And unfortunately, why the superior KC is just not a good metric, and Slayer experience is not a good metric either. Most of your Slayer experience is probably from bossing and other shit that's just not gonna give you a superior or a good superior, because it's all tied to superior or the Slayer level required. Damn it. Yeah, I need you to get up. My knees can't take it. Inquisitor plate skirt. I only broke the dry streak. Makes Inquisitor table number. Oh, what are we at? Oh, shoot, that's throughout the set cycle too, and now we're way too high on skirts. 29 for effectively a 1 in 8 chance. Unlucky. Well, at least we're making money again. Plus 107 mil to the bank. Now, if we get a harm, oh, let's see, we already had a harm. What was the orb we were missing? Volatile? If we get a volatile this week, that means we missed the entire green log by one drop. Because we got a dupe skirt instead of the chest plate. Imagine getting all three orbs in a week, though. Never back to back. So unlucky. Surely on the 30th Inquisitor table hit, we get it, right? That was bullshit. I clicked. 6-hour log after this before I forget. Humble. So max 40 for the day so far. Have we gotten to second page yet? Nope, 51. like they're back from their picnic. Right. I'll be right back. And we're back. Hmm. Okay, click on the thing, please. Oh boy. One jump. Thoughts on Sloppy Joes? I like them. Although if I had to pick between that and like a pulled pork sandwich, I'd probably take the pulled pork. I like barbecue more than red sauce like that. Now I don't so I don't know if do you put cheese on your sloppy joes, or is it just bun plus sloppy joe mix? I don't, but I know some people. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like I've never put cheese on it, but I'll put some mustard. I mean, I guess because it's a red sauce, tomato based. It'd be like putting ketchup and mustard on a burger. I guess don't knock it till you try it. I've never tried it with mustard. Speaking of pulled pork, though, Krista bought a pork shoulder like last week. Should work that in the rotation. Maybe make some pulled pork sandwiches. Good idea for next week. Also, hi, how's it going? Bit late to come in today. Can't keep up with the jobless schedule. Well, fortunately for you, in probably 2 weeks, so right after the bingo, probably be dialing back. We'll see how it goes. Like for the, I might take a week off of streaming entirely and just do that because I'll be gone uh, through Wednesday, I think. That after the bingo there. So at that point, I might as well just take off Thursday and Friday and dust off the old resume and start throwing it out there. And then I don't know, like I've looked at some of the metrics on the viewership that I've had over the last few weeks, and generally speaking, it falls off after noon and 1, and partly because lately Frosthaven, but even days like yesterday and today where I'm doing RuneScape the full time, um, it generally peaks around that noon, 1 o'clock hour, and then it falls off. And if you look at the RuneScape category itself, that seems to hold consistent with that too, so maybe we do a stream in the morning and then use the afternoon as job search. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. It would be nice to get back to building things. I'll be right back. For 6 hours, same boss. This is peak mental illness. Welcome to RuneScape, I guess. You've never heard of this game. 6 hours at a boss. In most cases, you would not even expect to see anything, let alone finish it. That just tells me RuneScape's probably not your game. And I might advise trying a different one. I will say, if you think 6 hours of Asani is easy, though, give it a try. It definitely takes a bit of mental fortitude to be able to put up with this boss and execute the mechanics this long. That said, we're on a mission. I'm trying to get this mace before Tuesday. 24-hour nightmare streams? I don't have that kind of mental fortitude now. The last 2 days of 60 per day has already been enough to strain the mental. I much prefer the days where we do it in the morning and then switch over to Frosthaven for the afternoon. But that sort of comment is what led to the YouTube side of things requiring you to be a sub to chat in the first place. You don't get the random riffraff coming in and throwing shit and then leaving. Missed what was said. Over 6 hours of the same boss. This is peak mental illness, is what he said. YouTube commenters, I swear the YouTube chatters on the live side and the live stream side, totally different breed than Twitch. I don't know if they're just not used to what live streams even are or what, but I've had the most flame from that side and very little from the Twitch side. I don't get it. And going into random live streams saying stuff like that isn't a mental illness. Yeah, you clicked on a RuneScape live stream to, yeah. I better head over there and join it, yeah. Ah, it's gonna hurt. Guts on the skirt, thank you. Plus 100 mil. And it broke the dry streak at least. Unfortunately, it doesn't make it 29 out of... Or 29 Inquisitor table hits with no mace. Down bad for an AFK activity or Gorax. Oh my god. We'll just remove that person from my life forever. Enjoy. I suppose that'll be me, Buana, someday. You guys not elking Onyx bolts anymore? Not only am I not elking them anymore, I've stopped turning them into rune crossbows, yeah. I haven't gotten a whole lot because the only place I get them is from clues now, I think, but I wish I could detach them from the couple of hundred that I have in the elking tab right now. Diamond dismantle option coming? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I might even have a few onyxes in the bank yet. After cashing in all that tackle. Damn it. Bolt. Yeah, given that they're introducing a new ammo type like that, I would very much like a similar option to the secret arrows. Ah, shit. Where you can just upgrade them. Whatever happened to Adicon? Last I heard, he got tired of our community and quit or something. I don't know. I wish we could channel down a single onyx and get that many equivalent to the cost of an onyx. Yes, agreed. That'd be what, 300 bolt tips or something? Get sick of people saying, why aren't you 5 taking your scythe at Zarpus? Why wasn't he 5 taking his scythe at Zarpus though? I'm asking. Why wasn't he? He said it wasn't worth the effort. Oh, I mean, I echo that sentiment, but it's a riskier strat. You have to camp lower HP and take a bunch of poison and stuff. I agree, but it's fun though. Yeah. And now with the Ascension crossbows coming out, you're just gonna use Ascension crossbows, right? You're not even gonna bother that anymore? Because it's even less worthwhile. And Ralos, and Ralos. Perfect that sweep up Ralos replaces BGS too. So what are they changing about it? It's just that it drains more per hit. Ah, fuck you, game. Can I run, please? Can I run, please? Can I run, please? Thank you. Aren't you glad you have a Ralos now, Buana? Special attack buff reaches opponents by 12.5% per level, up from 10%. And 50% increase accuracy, so it's much better to hit. So overall, it's a 25% instead of 20. Nice. Insane item actually good now, you mean? Considering the level of effort you have to do to get one? Horrific rarity? Yeah. And this one will be 50 for the day so far. Humble. think the wife is ordering Chinese tonight with their cousin in town. She's been wanting to try the Korean style brisket, I think it was. Something like that. My favorite food! Hers too. Last time she tried to get it, it's like, oh, we don't have that in stock anymore. Really? From Panda? Panda, yeah. I heard it's not in stars anymore. Oh, then she's gonna be really disappointed. There are probably a half a dozen Chinese restaurants and chains in the area, and we've tried them all, and Panda's the only one that isn't so like greasy and make you feel like shit afterwards. And so we've pretty much just stuck to Panda after we've tried them a few times. I didn't even get to try it. It was only around for like 2 or 3 weeks. Oh yeah, see, she wanted it that first week, and I said no because we had already now like 2 times that week, I think. And so she didn't get to even try it or try to order it until like the week after, and by then it was out of stores already. So, oh, unfortunate. Well, hopefully that's a good sign. And they're like, well, we'll bring it back then because it was actually quite popular. Her cousin is over today, sort of payback for her going there a couple weeks ago and helped her organize their clutter. She has trouble getting rid of stuff, so having someone to show up and say, do you really need 5 of this thing? And helped her organize over the course of 2 days. I don't know if you guys remember, but back then she went over there expecting to be back that same day and ended up staying an extra day. Just because there was so much more stuff to do. Anyway, so she's in town this week to help Krista with some of the outside work, I think. They're spending the night tonight. My music stopped. $4K soon? God, I hope not. So I'm on pace to hit 3,800 by Monday. And then Tuesday is Blood Moon Rises, so we'll be breaking from this to go do that. Get the necklace, get the spec weapon, and then we'll come back here and try to finish it. There's no sense camping that boss for completion and pets until after the CAs get added, because I'm gonna have to go back there anyways. I'd much rather work on some of that stuff passively if I can. So if all goes according to plan, we should be done with that boss before bingo. At least as far as those items go. And then we'll see. Maybe we hit 4K before bingo. I don't know. If we're still at this boss or needing this boss, then this is pretty much what our bingo plans are. Maybe with the little hard mode top thrown in there. Hoping the boss isn't Slayer task locked. It's not. It is not a Slayer boss. The only thing that's somewhat Slayer locked is the Venators. Or Venators, whatever you want to call them. And I say somewhat because if you have a task, you can kill them on task. If you want to kill them off task, apparently you have to do that new hunter activity bullshit to get time or KC in the area where they are. But other than that, there's nothing really Slayer related. Oh, I forgot to mention, last KC was 50 for the day, so... See about doing another 10 yet today. Yeah, after that quest, I pretty much... The only thing on my to-do list is that boss for those 2 items. There's nothing from the fishing activity, the hunter activity, killing the Venator. None of that shit is at all appealing or worthwhile for me to do. You mean you don't want to do an active fishing training method for shit training fishing XP and getting 5 to 10 bloods of vial per hour? Yeah, that sounds terrible. I'd much rather do entry mode Tob. You'll get way more vials of blood just doing entry mode Tob than doing that new fishing activity. It's really dumb. Did someone say, G-Man, again, if I get a mace, I will run an entry mode Tob with you. Assuming I have more than half an hour left of the day. So then I can leave my scythe on slash and never turn it to crush again. I'll be doing a victory lap, so excited. Were they making changes to that weird crossbow offhand this summer? You're talking the Aquanite Hopper? I don't recall. See, if they do anything to it, it's gonna push it above the Twisted Buckler, which is a raid level item, so they're never gonna make it anything too good. I'm supposed to be able to kill the things that drop it, so I was wondering if they'd be worthwhile thing to pick up. I mean, if you're going to be killing them, yes, pick it up. The question I would have is why are you killing them in the first place? Slayer task? Well, yeah, but you have to choose to unlock it. Oh, really? Yeah. I guess that's a skip then? Well, it's not even a skip. Just do not unlock it. And then you'll never get it. It's okay for Iron Men if they're really looking for like Ranar seeds or something. And if you're trying to get some of the coral fragments, but I don't think it's at all worth it for a normie. And then it's like a mid to low Slayer level, so its superiors aren't really that good either. Still trying to save for herb bag? I would highly recommend you just do Tithe Farm for that. Not waste your Slayer points on that. It's free. It only takes a little bit of time. And you get some farm XP along the way. I suppose I could just try out 2 more farm levels to make it quicker too. You can also do that during the minigame. Just take one of the lower tiers and... I don't think the higher tiers give more points. It's just more experience, I think. It's been a long time since I've been there, way before all the changes. Don't quote me on that. But I thought they were all the same points. You just got more experience if you could do Bola Nova. Or... Bola Nova? Bola Nova. I'll look it up just to make sure. Yeah, you do that. Yeah, right, it's the same place regardless of which cheat you use. I thought so. Does beg the question why bother having 3 different tiers and not just have it scale up with your farming level or something like that. It's thematic. Yep. Humble, thank you. Starting to get a little loopy this far in. Nix, are you still in here? Does not appear. Okay. I don't know why I was under the impression that the higher seeds would make it quicker. I don't know. Hey Brian, how's it going? We're over 50 KC for the day. Going to about 60 is the plan. Maybe 65, depends on how much time we have left. If it doesn't look like we have time for 65, then I'll just I'll do the clues and wind out the day that way. Just made the rosewood blowpipe. Thanks for the idea. Good. Nice. Feeling pretty good today, actually. Trying to shoot for 2800 KC before Tuesday. It's 2800, 3800. Oh, I wish we were only at 2800. It's been like 16 or 1700 since we've seen anything new. So, in that regards, it kind of sucks having to go another full drop rate and a half without seeing anything new. But I guess we're making money at least. What's the current P&M rank looking like? I think if I were to log out now, I would be 50. So I'm on the second page now. For Iron Man, of course. It's not an honor I wanted. I could care less about high score ranks. Salute, grats, F, yeah. All of the above. Still no jar yet either, which is equally upsetting. That said, made a big chunk of change over the last few months. I guess what if we started this in? Did we start this in February, March, April, May, June? Over the course of 5 months now, we've made 4.5 bills, so roughly 900 mil per month. It's good money. It's good money. See anything today? I did. I got a Inquisitor skirt. I'm out here losing money funding Mel's bonds just to not log on. Well, when you put it like that... Oh yeah, like this is gonna fund the next couple years of clan event donations for sure. Who knows, maybe I'll up the bounty for BA pet to like 1 bill a piece like I did for Tob. That'll get people to show up. Surely. You know, that you say that, Buana. Krista hasn't logged on to RuneScape in, well, about 2 months. Pretty much since we got the cats. I'm curious to see what her last login date. Now, the difference is I guess I bought her 20 bonds for a full year, so I'm not hemorrhaging any more money as it is. I've got a plugin that tells me for Mel. Oh, 19 days ago. So what does the plugin track? Just last logged in, or last that you saw her log in? Listing online for fans. Ah, I see. Congrats on skirt, thank you. Plus 100 mil to the bank today. Which, you know, for the week means that's 6 drops this week, which pretty nice. If it was a chest plate and we still got a harm yet today, that would be my entire log completed thus far in a single week, which means had I not done this boss until this very week, I would have done, I'd be just as far or just as close to finishing as I am now. What the hell? 55 for the day. 150 KC since your last. As I said, all they ask is to hit the drop rate and get drops. I don't need to be spooned. I don't need to get it super over drop rate. Just hit the drop rate. And 150 here is like probably close to 20 hours. Most of the boss is 20 hours. You're probably close to green logging all the items you need for it. 20 hours of Hydra is 1,000 KC. Did I do my math right? No, I think that's a little too high. Maybe it's like 500. Seeing your log gives me hope. Any KC could be the last. You don't know. I have almost more Fasani kills than he does Hydra. God. What was my Hydra grind like? So, initially to get the uniques, which I wanted for raids, it took me about 1100 to get the claw, which is 10% over drop rate. That's nothing to be concerned about. I did all that with the pre-nerf blowpipe. Oops. And then I went back after, I think after the corp grind is when I started working on the Slayer pets and stuff like that. And it took me another 5,800 KC to get the pet. That boss was so fucking boring though, my god. It's the only boss that I've literally fallen asleep to twice. Drop-wise, lots of GP, lots of herbs. It's lucrative drops-wise. But god, is it boring. So once you get to Hydra, your money problems will probably disappear. But there's like no RNG. The only RNG in that boss is the first hit. After that, everything about it is completely predictable and repetitive and By the time I get the Hydra, I get to use the new Slayer Master. Oh, that's right. They're breaking Konar's hold on Hydra and giving it to the new guy. So count to 3 sim. Yep. Wait, does that mean my wife placed an order for it? Oh god, hold on. it. Just click. Oh, is nice. Right, I'll be right. Alright, let's see if we can... See, 7 more would put us at 40. 7 more, that's doable in an hour. And put us at another 65 for the day, I think, then. All depends on when the wife gets back with Chinese. One thing I can't abide, it's warm Chinese food. The Last Airbender Season 2 is now available. You need to find some new show to watch with the wife. Man, now I want Chinese. That's got to be something I gotta try when I'm in the UK at some point in the future. There's no plans right now. I'm just saying, eventually when I go to the UK, try out your guys' version of Chinese food and compare to the American version of Chinese food and just see how they differ. I have a feeling your guys' version is not nearly as sweet as ours. Ours is a lot more savory. That's what I'm guessing, just based on all the other stuff. I found out an interesting fact, and I don't know if it's UK specifically or if it's EU in general. Your guys' cough syrup, your standard flavor for cough syrup and stuff is root beer flavored? And vice versa. Our amoxicillin, it tastes like Vimto. And so I have a very big disdain over Vimto as a flavor. Wait, it is? Never knew that. Yeah, I saw some TikToker saying he came to America because everybody's ranting and raving about, oh, you gotta try root beer, you gotta try root beer, and then he came over here and it's like it tastes like fucking cough syrup. You guys like this? You guys drink this as a beverage, as a drink, and that's exactly what I think about Vimto. There was a sneak flavor that I had at one point because Curtis swore by it. Oh yeah, the Purple Storm flavor. It's one of his favorites because it tastes like Vimto. And I got it, and it was just like, this tastes like amoxicillin. They're essentially a medicine to me because that's how they flavored it. And I think it's a black currant flavor or something like that. Something like that. Some berry that you guys have. I don't know. And your guys' cough syrup is like our root beer. Which then makes me wonder, like, is it just the negative association with taking medicine, and that's why we don't like it then? Because I didn't grow up with that tasting like cough syrup and whatever, so I like the flavor of root beer, I'm sure. Or I would think that I may have the same affinity if medicine didn't taste like Vimto. It's gotta be right. That's the only thing I can conclude. Now I will say, so I got that Purple Storm container, right? There's 40 servings in there that I essentially suffered through, if you want to call it that. Like it's just a flavor. It's not like I'm actually eating syrup. That did raise my opinion of it because I started associating it with, I think I was doing Corp at the time. I started associating it with the Corp grind and playing RuneScape, so there's a lot more positive memories and positive association rather than as a kid, because I was a lot really sick as a kid. I was on amoxicillin, which is what we call it, or as a kid I called it the pink stuff because that's what it was. It was the color pink. I was always on antibiotics and shit like that as a kid. So not a lot of good association. Blackcurrant definitely has a medicine connotation. Okay, so I'm not off base then. You have a similar thing with lemon. Lemon. What's lemon flavored? Cough drops, I guess? For me, that's anything like artificial cherry flavor. There's a lot of things that were cherry flavor. And grape, grape flavor. Grape didn't have as much of a hold, but cherry was everywhere. Everything was cherry flavored. Stop making good things taste like medicine. It makes it so we don't like them anymore. Bastards. I used to always have a bad throat when I was younger, so my mom would always do this hot lemon drink, and God, it was awful. Lemsip, I think it was called. Yeah, it probably had some anti-cough type throat lozenge stuff it mixed in. Yeah, I was very, very ill. I was sick probably every other week, I want to say, until I was like 8. Between sinus infections, sore throats, ear infections. Like I was going between amoxicillin and cough syrup and ear drops, and just it was just on a constant cycle between them. Always going to urgent care, and just swear my blood was consisting of that shit for a long time. And then, funny, you get your tonsils taken out, you get your adenoids taken out, and then you drain the fluid in your ears with tubes all at once. And wow, I've been sick maybe a dozen times since then in the last 30 years, right? Twice was COVID, but that really can't be helped. But aside from that, maybe 10 times sick with coughs and flus and things like that. When you visit the UK, I'd recommend trying a place called Kokoro. They do such generous portions. So is it a Chinese place? And when you say they do such generous portions, you gotta understand that American restaurants are very generous portions. Like, you usually leave a restaurant with leftovers. They give you a lot for food. And, they charge you an arm and a leg for it too, but, oh, it's Korean. Oh, yeah. See, now you sparked my interest. I love Korean food. I went to Korea for about 2 weeks for a Taekwondo trip. And sometimes we ate at like we ate at Pizza Hut like once, I think. I think we ate at McDonald's once too, but 4 of the meals were at a hole-in-the-wall, small little authentic Korean restaurant there. And oh, I loved when he told us that, oh yeah, we're going to this place again. It's like, oh, good. I really love their food. Really good shit. My favorite thing was the bulgogi though. Oh my god. Could eat that every day. It was so good. It might be generous enough from what you expect then. Okay. We had a restaurant here that was a buffet style restaurant. And when you ordered an entree, it came with the buffet. Like you just had access to it. And the buffet was everything under the sun. Like you could make tacos. They had salads, desserts, breadsticks, soup. Like you could eat a full meal at the buffet alone, and that's what we did. And I do not know how that restaurant made money. Maybe that's why it's out of business now. But they were in business for decades. And you'd go there, you order an entree, you eat at the buffet the whole time, and then you just take your entree home and eat that the next. Oh, geez. You just take your entree home and then you eat that the next day for lunch. And we did that several times a year. It was really good bang for your buck there. I miss that restaurant. I wish you had more stuff like that here. One of our favorite go-tos now is an all-you-can-eat sushi place for like 20 bucks if you go during lunchtime. All you can eat sushi. And you can order other stuff too. It's all you can eat, but mainly you go there for sushi and rolls, and you can get ramen and all sorts of Japanese type foods. Really good. Next time her cousin and her husband are in town, we're gonna take them there. 'Cause they're a big fan of that stuff. I'm not a big fan of raw fish though. That said, I do like me some rolls. Like the true sushi where it's rice with some raw fish on top or just raw fish, I'm not really a big fan of, but I do like the rolls. And the ramen. I really enjoy my visits to America. I never ate so much, and you wonder why we're overweight as a country, right? We have an abundance of food. And I've also never been asked if I'm German. Just because you have an accent when we can't place where your accent is, we assume you're German. That's funny. Apparently so. Yeah, English language in general. Now keep in mind, we probably have a similar swath of accents that you guys do in terms of quantity across our country as well, but ours is not so jam-packed into a small island like you guys. You go to you pick any region and you have a different, god damn it, you have to pick a different accent. You got South, Northeast, Midwest. Hell, even California has their own. I was super worried about it since I was first time traveling solo. And you always hear bad things about America, but man, everyone's so nice. It depends on the area of the country, but yeah, generally speaking, very welcoming. Very welcoming towards European cultures, I guess, would be an asterisk on that. And if you sound like you're from the UK, you are like elevated an extra 20 IQ points for just for having the accent. You sound way more intelligent just by having that accent. You could be talking proper rubbish, and that's... doesn't matter. Oh, I am playing awfully this last hour. Got that Chinese food on the brain? Yeah, I mean, I am starting to get hungry. It's at 4 o'clock time. The focus is slipping because we're 60 plus KC in for the day already. But yeah, it's also partly I'm getting hungry. I haven't eaten yet, man. I gotta eat my breakfast. Chinese for breakfast, imagine. Hey, yo, so my one meal kind of... Yep. Yeah, I've been streaming for 9 hours. You haven't seen me eat, have you? Most people, when they first meet me, and I tell them that, just like, there's no way. You can't have... Are you okay? Like, yeah, I've been doing it for, like, almost 10 years now. I'm fine. Hey, who knows what happens behind that BRB screen? I'm just shoving food into my face because I want to keep up the facade of only eating one meal a day. Yeah. Imagine. Now, come Tuesday, I'll probably stay streaming through supper. And oh, I'm gonna die because I ran out of prayer. Ugh, fuck. That was dumb. Click the prayer, nothing happened, and you're dead. We know your games. You see right through me. It's okay, we know you're focusing on the accent. Oh, don't you know? Up there, yeah, hey. You said you wanted to go to a Scandinavian country. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Fisk? What is Fisk? Oh, fish. Oh, yeah, sure. After all you've taught me, I finally taught you something. Skull! I do have a big drinking horn behind me. I have one too. I'm just trying... I don't remember where it is. And I'm trying to remember the context of why I got one. I think it was a birthday or something. Got it in college. Yeah, but mine's authentic. Mine's definitely not authentic. Bro, college kids can't afford an actual horn. It is very much plastic. I got it from a Viking festival in Aarhus in Denmark. Nice. Man, I wish I could drink beer. I mean, I can. I just... What I mean is, I wish it wasn't just such a waste of caloric intake, if you know what I mean. Start developing that beer gut. Despite being a dad, I'd rather not have a beer belly. I miss beer, I miss wine. Maybe I'll grab a case when I go up north. Found out my father-in-law started drinking the stuff I like to drink. He said it's the only beer that he's found that doesn't spike his blood sugar levels or something. I'm like, cool! It's the beer I like anyway. Now, I'm not a big fan of lager. I'm not a big fan of heavy ales or IPAs or any of that kind of shit. I'm very much kind of a basic bitch light beer person. Oh, I can really taste the orange peel notes. Like, fuck. All right, I'm not that much of an enthusiast. All right, okay. That just makes it easier. Yeah, just give me any light beer. I'm good to go. That hint of plywood in there is delicious. You get the hoity-toity wine drinkers too doing that. It's like, oh yeah, I really detect the hints of raspberry, and like, God, can you please focus up? Really, all I taste is alcohol. I don't get dry wine drinkers. I don't. Why? Why do you do this to yourself? I'm very much a Moscato or Sangria or nothing kind of guy. Ah, but you're supposed to pair it with food and cheese and... Only when I can tolerate cider. You might, have you tried mead at all? Mead might be up your alley then, because it's kind of a mix between cider and beer. I have, yeah, nice. This site, France. Man, I need to go to a Renfest when I'm not the DD so I can actually enjoy mead. I only ever get to sip a little bit of it, and I'm always the one driving, so... I got a bottle of it when I went to the Viking Festival, there you go. I missed one. Sounds like we might be going to our... I say local, it's like 2 hours away. Our local Renfest this year again. She has a friend coming in from out of town, and she had never been. So I'm like, oh, it's perfect then. Let's take it there and show what it's all about. Came in this cool clay bottle thing. All right, so that marks 60. We do have enough time to do another 5, so we will churn it out. Try to end at 37:40. But do you have the capacity to do 5 more? So long as I don't fucking die, yeah. No, I'm in good spirits. I'm just distracted. Focusing on the conversation instead of the boss, which is fine. That's why we bring enough food and do 1 kill trips. It allows me to make a few mistakes and still get the kill. If I wanted to do it in silence, I wouldn't be streaming. I'd just be doing it offline, right? Or I'd be hanging out in Discord, probably. I do like the idle chatter while I'm working on a grind. Get your mind off of it. Take my son to Netherlands this summer. We're gonna drive through Germany to get to Denmark for a few days too. Nice. I am envious of your ability to get on a train for an hour and drive through 3 different nations. All with their own different cultural notes and stuff. It's a 9-hour drive. Yeah, from the UK. If I drove for 9 hours, it'd still be in the same state. That's what I'm saying. America's huge, yeah. For instance, I'm driving 4 hours north at some point in the next couple weeks, and I will still be in my home state. And then, if I drove 3 hours south, I'd still be in my home state. So you can drive, I guess, 7 hours from north to south and still be in the state for me. And this isn't even a big state either. That's so crazy to me. There's a reason why cars are so prolific here. And mass transit is just not a thing because everything's so spread out. Ah, nice. Kalia maxed. And I think our rule, or at least with Krista, is if it's going to be more than a 3-hour drive, we're just going to start flying. Poor planning. Well, yeah. Kind of happens when you have several massive land deals like the Louisiana Purchase and all that kind of shit. Just accumulate swaths of land. And I don't want to hear, no, we took it over. It's like, no, we bought it from Mexico. Hello? For me, fly, drive-by debate really depends on how far from the airport the final destination. That's true, too. Yeah, because you also have to factor in waiting in the airport, boarding, unboarding, deboarding, unboarding, deboarding, deboarding? Why does English have so many... One of my favorite George Carlin skits. Flammable, inflammable, non-inflammable. Why are there 3? It's deboard? Okay. Get on the plane, get on the plane. Fuck you, I'm getting in the plane. It's actually unplaning. Sometime soon we're gonna take our son on a plane. He's been very curious about that whole endeavor and go on a trip somewhere. We've taken him on like driving trips a few places now, but nowhere far enough that you'd need to use a plane yet. He's also only 9, so he's not going to really remember a whole lot of it 10 years down the line yet, but I don't want to go to Disney. Disney is just like not worth it. Not and also he's not really a Disney kid to begin with, so how do you think he'll actually handle being on a plane? I think he'll be nervous and probably chatty, but I think he'll be fine. I think he's excited for it. It's my wife that I would need to worry about. She gets a lot of travel anxiety for that kind of stuff. My wife and I took her son 18 months from Denver to Vermont on a plane. That was interesting. Yeah, don't unless you have to. Young children on planes are just not understandable. Planes are evil. Well, to her credit, she flew down to Texas and back by herself this year. So I think the travel anxiety is on the back end. No, she was still nervous for it, but more excited than anything. He actually did really well. No complaints for him at all. Wow, that's crazy. Especially with that high of an altitude change. Remember getting stuck on an international flight with kids like that. It's just like, oh my God, why are you doing this? I think you always have that nerve behind her, right? Unless you start flying regularly. Yeah, probably. Like my buddy Pat, he goes around to conventions and cruises and stuff like that several times a year. So I think at this point, him and his wife are pretty numb to the whole experience. It's just a time sink to get from one place to another. I was flying back from America, look out the window, saw lightning in the distance, and I was instantly like, nope. Oh, it's not like you're flying through the storm unless you're landing, I guess. If you're just going over the ocean or something like that, you're usually way up higher than all that stuff. I like getting the city views. Ah, you son of a bitch. Oh yeah, the corner safe tile, it's always safe, except for when it's not. You don't know that? You're not a pilot? Maybe I am a pilot. How do you know? You don't know me. That's my purse. So that's what you're doing behind the BRB screens. Yep. Working on my pilot's license. 1 3-minute sim at a time. There is no such thing as bathroom breaks. We just go in the chair. Eating some in-flight peanuts. Man, you know we're down bad when they stop serving snacks on a plane just to cut the cost a little bit. At least that's what their stated reason is. And they started charging for in-meal flights or in-flight meals. Which I get. Unless you're doing an international flight, you really need to be eating on the plane. Either eat in the airport beforehand or, just wait 3 hours. It's not a big deal. Or bring a snack. Not like their food was that good to begin with. My son's a magnet for in-flight Pringles. The moment after the cart comes down, bam, Pringles. Don't you miss when you were as easily satisfied? As easily entertained is not the right word. Maybe satisfied is a word. Appeased? Appeased. I'm still thinking about it. Appeased? Peace sounds right. Okay. We'll settle with that. You're the pilot. You should know. Hey, just because I can fly a plane doesn't mean I know how to speak English. I don't see no stop signs up in the air. I don't need to read English. Don't do it. Oh. I'm not potted. Let's see, 71, which means it cannot redemption. We just gotta do enough DPS quickly. And you were worried. Three more will do. Oops, I missed something. What am I missing? Oh, that was a 6-minute plus kill. Jeez. The average 4-cat time? Was it really 6 minutes? Jeez. Did you end up getting your backpack yet? 4-cat head? I did! Nice. Got a big upgrade for range. No more dropping shit on the ground. It also puts you like a step above probably 70% of the player base it doesn't have that yet. 22 KCU, Spoon. On the plus side, whenever you want to get the second one for your range cape, you'll know that you'll only have to go to 50 for it. Telling you that scary spine dropping after the rate made my Vorkat Spoon. I think that's a fair trade. Same thing with I'm hoping that Zilliana is well below the drop rate since none of the other God Wars were under that 50-50. I want the Zilliana pet because it reminds me of Warhammer 40k. Really? Is there some creature leader unit in there that looks like her or what? Very slightly. I've heard people compare her to Haley Williams from Paramore. The Saint Celestine. I will have to Google that. The other two of my college buddies are very much into that. I think Pat might even have an army as well. It was something that I had a passing interest in, and I would watch them do it a little bit, but I never invested the time to really deep dive and get into that game. The deep rabbit hole to get invested into. Yep. Pricey too. That's where they said, you know, find an army that you like, see if someone has a set that's secondhand or used, and start from there instead of going whole hog into a 1,000-point army or something. To which I said, yeah, maybe someday I'll drop a few hundred and. You don't have the joy of putting all together yourself. That's true. See, I'm not sure if I would really want to do that aspect of it. So, for instance, Gloomhaven and Frosthaven, they come with minis, unpainted minis. So if you wanted to, you could do that whole process and add paint, details, shading, all that stuff. I've never done that with those. I leave them gray, and that's good enough for me. I'm I'm very much a form fit function kind of guy, which makes sense as an engineer, I think. I don't particularly care how it looks so long as it works. And then because Tabletop Simulator exists, if there was ever an armory that you wanted to try out or some units that you wanted to try, some configuration, that's what they did. They would go to tabletop, they'd play a game or two with their new proposed set or proposed army, and then if they liked it, then they would go buy it. I usually hold off on painting them myself, so I just have a bunch of gray minis. All right, Saint Celestine, Celestine. Oh yeah, I could see that. I gotcha. Ooh, Teorme. What the hell happened here? Ooh, Teorme ande, Yerbe ande orfete. Just Angel Sword Lady. Yep. Oh, then you're gonna really like the new Wormscraig boss. That's also kind of a similar design. And it's gonna have a pet to it. More like an Angel of Death sort of thing, though. You know? Angel Sword Lady. That's not coming out till late July, though, so we get a full month of Blood Moon Rises before then. Plus, I won't be having to run around a huge arena relying on my alpha range. Probably not. If I were to guess, I'm going to say that that boss is probably melee based, and given it's granite and dropping granite dust, I'm going to guess it's crush based. And they said it's geared for mid-game, someone who has a fire cape. Don't know if that applies to you yet or not, but if you have a fire cape, you should be able to do that boss. Hey, that's me! Okay, good. So then we can do that boss together on the release then. I got fire cape on my first fight caves. Hell yeah, that's better than I did. Took me 2 tries. I didn't have range bots though. I was in there with broad bolts, and my range pot was a wild pie for a +4 range boost. I think it's +4. It took you way too long. Hey, cape's a cape. My first Inferno, by the way, almost 6 hours. The lore behind that, I guess, is I had a work meeting in the middle of my run, so I had to pause, and in the middle of it, I was just milking SGS specs and getting my stats and stuff back between the waves. I really want an Inferno, but that's just a big ass. Well, once you get a Bofa, you should give that. I clicked game. 3% loss. Yeah, go fuck yourself. I did click. It was a dead server tick. Anyway, if you see this graph, you'll see my chances of getting this Infernal Rising. Honestly, once you get a Bofa, you should give that a try. It's not as intimidating as it used to be. It's still a long slog, and I guess if you want to work on your technical skills first, maybe a quiver would be better suited first. If you end up getting a quiver, Infernal is a basic by comparison. It's just a long 2 hour long slog is all. I struggled so hard in Coliseum even during leagues. Well, because there's a lot of technical stuff you have to learn to do that. Now, if you did it the other way, if you do Infernal first, well, then you already know how to solve stacks and off-tick and do that sort of stuff. But if you're going into Coliseum without any of that foreknowledge, then yeah, it's a steep learning curve, even in a league situation. Legit don't understand how you're meant to do some of that. It all comes down to NPC's line of sight and where you're standing in the pillar and adjusting how each NPC sees you and when. Which again, if you did Inferno first, you would have learned how to do that, because that's one of the main things you need to learn for Inferno is how to off-tick and how to alternate flick and I gotta tell you, it doesn't just happen. You do have to dedicate the time and practice it. Intentional practice. Best I can do is a very poor, lazy flick. Well, the other thing with Inferno is you can just RNG or waves and hope you always get good and easy stacks. But given that there's 30 plus waves of difficulty, I would say the odds of that happening are pretty slim. So at some point you're gonna have to learn how to do that. And it's not so bad. It gets you really good at the game. That's like, hey, I did the Inferno. Alright, you passed the tutorial. This is kind of what it is. Fight caves, you don't have to really learn any of that stuff. It's just pray mage and tank everything. Inferno, you gotta actually learn how to play the game. Which is why people that just buy their Inferno cape or buy their Quiver cape are robbing themselves of that growth, of that knowledge. Or having a friend do it for you, or whatever. Because you're not being put through the ringer, you're not learning those lessons and learning how to play the game. You just have the cape. Without the experience. I don't know, it's like going to a trophy shop and ordering yourself the best chess player in the world trophy or something like that, and you've never played a game of chess. Like, yeah, you have the trophy that says you did a thing, but you didn't do the thing. If you were to actually go against anybody that's actually skilled at chess, you just have your ass handed to you. But I have a trophy! Well, and there's no meaning behind the trophy. You just got a trophy to say you did it. Congrats. So Chris just started watching this comedy show. They work at a store called Cloud9, and it's a comedy based on people working at like a big box store and or a big like supermarket store thing. And there was one scene where this guy was trying to flex on another person about how good of a person he is. And it's like, well, you do stuff anonymously. You don't do it for the flex, the recognition, or any of that stuff. And the example that he uses of him doing something good to this other guy was like, I donated a kitty to a random stranger anonymously. Well, yes, anonymously. Like you don't need to have the recognition. It's just a good thing to do. And after the other guy left because he felt bad, he didn't do anything as noteworthy as that. The dude called, I think his wife or something, and said, I gotta admit, I, I told the kidney lie again or something like that. So it's just been something that's a regular occurrence that he's been doing, just to flex that he's a good person or something. They should check to see if it was gotten on a VPN and then it's not animated. That's why I also bought two so nobody questions me. Oh boy, like, and you've seen some of that stuff in the clan. The amount of people that are they think they're so smart and do it so blatantly, brazenly. It's like we're not dumb. You clearly bought this cape or bought the quiver. Just own up to it. You go from 0 to max glory in the course of one afternoon and no experience of the Coliseum. Come on. Who are you trying to fool? I told them that I gave away the harm up to free to play again. Unfortunately, you would not be able to get it to them because the members item. Humble. Spazzed on that one. Good old double click. No, I've said before, and I'll just reiterate, I really don't care one way or another if you buy your cape or have someone else do an achievement like that for you. Just don't lie about it. Just admit that, hey, I am not this good. I couldn't be asked doing it. I'd never be that good. Whatever justification or excuse you want to give, I don't care. It is fundamentally your experience, your game at the end of the day, but when you're using an item like that to flex and increase others' perception of your ability more than you're deserving, that's kind of where I have an issue with it. And then, of course, the not telling the truth about it means you're a liar as well, and then come PVM events when maybe your screenshot's called into question, I can't take your word for it because you're a known liar at this point. You could be trying to pull a fast one. Same thing with botting, too. It's like, I don't fundamentally care. Just don't lie about it. Oh, so yesterday I ended on the Crab Claw Island, right? Or the Rainbow Crab Island. And there was this dude, he was in crafting cape, and he was just running around for a while. And if you check the VOD yesterday, you'll see that. And I thought it was kind of strange. I was just like, okay, whatever, he's just AFK or something. And then I went on mobile later and started catching crabs, and he was legitimately there for about an hour, just running around randomly, consistently, and in the same spots, pausing at the same time. So it's like, okay, this guy's clearly botting. And finally, after about an hour and a half, he came back, corrected his positioning, fixed his bot, and then went on and did the same thing again for like half an hour. It's just like, can you be any more blatant about botting? When your bot script fucks up, it's pretty obvious. Suck one cock, you're a cocksucker. Can't undo the title, yeah. Or what does Asmongold say? You suck one dick, now you're a dick sucker. Yeah. Doesn't matter what you did before, now you're a dick sucker. Oh, that'd have been a great clip for the mace. Fuck. I should be more mindful of that around the kills. Alright, so I think we have 2 clues to do, and then we'll wrap up the stream tonight. That marks 65 kill comp for the day, by the way. Just over 8 hours worth. Daily PB? No, I've done 70 before. I also did 65 yesterday. It's the last 2 days are the most I've ever done on stream at once. That's for sure. Maybe am I wrong? Did I? Because 70 would have been the session during like work hours. Did I ever do any in the evening after a long session like that? I don't think so. You'd have to check temple and check back on the daily gains or something like that for to know. I don't think I've ever done 100 in a day, but I could be wrong. I don't know how you do it. You get into a flow state. After 3,000 kills, it's just kind of, you don't have to think about it too much. My Rekon temple is 79. Okay, 79 it is then. As of May 19th, 26. Oh, so I would have been streaming then. Well, did I do all of that during stream though? Ah. Which means if you do 30 tomorrow, 30 on Monday, we will be 2,800 KC. Another Sherlock step. Appreciate it. Oop, I need to leave that there though. They change all plants that you get 0 XP from when planting the sapling seed. I noticed Kalkwat. I still get XP for planting. Don't remember the wording on the recent update. There was something about being able to dig up like bushes and stuff. I don't know if that's live or not. But for trees you could already dig up in the middle of growing, but things like bushes you couldn't. And so they were just going to make that in line with some of the other ones. There's allotments too that you couldn't dig up mid growing. These are healthy plants. Why on earth would you want to dig those up? Is the warning that you get from that. It's like, because it's the wrong contract and I don't want this thing growing anymore. I pre-planted it and now I regret it. All right, one clue done. Of course. At least we have the house telly now. Let's see, do I have the mnemonic? P for plateau? Yep. Very nice, very nice. Whew. Bottled Storm coming in clutch. If I remember, it's Z for Z-Boat, and it's on Lildreth. Ledrith. Ledrith. Not Lildreth. Ledrith. You got Ledrith here, and then Drumstick. It's Elven, okay? Drumstick is Elven. Okay. You know, the elves, I think they're vegetarian, right? Or something like that. Totally would have a word like drumstick. You gotta say it elven like. Drumstick. Drumstick? Drumstick. Found out my kid knows how to roll his R's too recently, and he didn't realize that it's not a common thing. I was like, wow, you're actually better at it than I am. Don't forget how to do that. It comes in handy when you're learning Spanish later. Here's something fun for you to try though. So if you know how to whistle and you know how to roll your R's, try doing both at the same time. Now it's going to be a different mouth position than you're used to from whistling. You got to have a tighter um a tighter clasp, grasp, whatever. Your lips are going to be more pursed than normal whistling, and it's going to be a much higher pitch. I can't do either. Fun fact, this is the closest telly to a chicken there is. Now, did I do S for Sears? S for Sears, okay. Yeah, I figured out I could do that in Spanish class. I was bored one day. Sounds like a cricket. One down. Two. I completely forgot. I need to try kills over for the hard diary. It's always pretty easy. Doing 1 KC for the diary, not a big deal. Worst case, you just leave if it's not green phase. And then anytime you see a blue phase, just hide behind the pillar and then you can avoid taking any damage. The reason you do green is that if you're in just mage robes, it's the cycle that has the most magic weak styles. Alright, that's it for medium clues. As knows Blueface hits hard because it's unpredictable. It's a random mage or range hit, so you pray mage. That's not the banner I need. I was excited for a second. I was like, oh, it's a banner. Because I know I need a banner. Need the Lowaken one. Or the Hasidius one, actually. Unlucky. Dibs on the mole slippers. Mole slippers are from beginners. Alright, fellas, and that's where we're going to have to wrap up the stream. It is food time for me. We've been live for a little over 9 hours. I need to go eat. So tomorrow afternoon, we'll do another 30 Fasani Nightmare. That's going to be busy, so no Frosthaven yet. So Fasani tomorrow afternoon. Sunday afternoon, probably doing Frosthaven, if you guys had watched and were interested in that. Otherwise, daytime stream will resume on Monday. We got one last chance on Monday for a nice 30-ish KC to get this mace before the new quest drops on Tuesday. New quest drops on Tuesday. We'll be camping the boss basically until we get the 2 uniques that it drops. Probably not going to stick around for the pet, as I said, because CAs will come out eventually, and I'll have to go back for that eventually. Um, and, potential bug fix, that sort of stuff. Anyways, I'm going to go eat. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.